Ναι, ακούγομαι. Καλημέρα. Παρακαλώ να πάρετε όλοι τις θέσεις σας για να ξεκινήσει η συνεδρίαση της Επιτροπής. Ευχαριστώ.
Good morning. Please take your seats in order to begin with our session. Thank you.
Να καθίσουμε, ευχαριστώ. Καλημέρα, κυρίες και κύριοι. Σας καλωσορίζουμε
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Regional Program Στερεά Ελλάδα 2021-2027. This is the fifth year of implementation, which is in fact the third year of implementation. And we will begin with an introduction by the regional governor, Mr. Spanos. He will introduce the subject. Good day on my part. General Secretary, welcome. Representative, I apologize. Dear representative.
So delighted and honored to have you here. Κυρίες και κύριοι, δήμαρχοι, δημαρχερέτριας, δήμαρχοι, αντιπεριφερειάρχες.
Ladies and gentlemen, mayors, deputy regional governors, members of the monitoring committee, representatives, general, welcome. Your Eminence. We start with the fourth monitoring committee, Στερεά Ελλάδα 2021-2029. Let us approve the agenda of the fourth committee and the minutes of the third meeting held in Karpenisi last June, a year ago. Do you approve? Thank you. By acclamation or by silence approval. This was approval by silence. Since our last meeting, important progress was made in terms of quantity and numbers. As you will see from the presentation of the managing authority, by way of indication, 426 million, allocation 80%, aiming at 96%, challenges 71% today, aiming at 90% at the end of the year, inclusions 35%, aiming at 50%, legal commitments 24, aiming at 36.5%, and expenditure 10.4%, aiming for 17.6% at the end of the year. Even the ambitious goals that I mentioned are expected to be met. We issued 72 invitations to lodge proposals For the ERDF, 301 million, 71%, as I said. As we mentioned in the monitoring committee, the invitations call central government, local government, first and second tier, to make proposals in high priority areas for the citizens, flood protection, primary health care, equipment, hospitals, equipment and infrastructure and equipment for all tiers of education, primary, secondary, tertiary, upgrading of buildings for this category for education, civil protection machinery and infrastructure, excellent cooperation with the Regional Association of Municipalities, cultural heritage, and, of course, roads. We ensured the completion of flagship projects. A typical project is the natural gas grid in 6 regional cities. It has obtained a license for starting operations in 4 of the 6 cities. Citizens may address the competent company and achieve connection. The road axis, Γραβιά-Βάρια, Thermopyles Antirio, big urban regeneration, sustainable urban development, Chalkida and Lamia. And as to new actions, I will focus on 3 big projects. One in the archaeological area of Delphi, Thermes, the school complex at Dylesi, Viotia, something that has been pending for years, the archaeological site St. Leonidas in Evrytania, the monastery Παναγιά Αρμωτική, and the ossuary of the Agathonos monastery, the unification of archaeological sites may here in Eritrea, actions like the theater, which was financed by state resources. Today, there is a big effort for the unification of archaeological monuments that will help a lot. Monastery of Metamorphosis at Kamena Vourla, also another project. We foresee very shortly, next 3 months, to have the evaluation and the priorities. Musical School of Livadia, for example, the road axis Δερβενοχώρια to Eleusis, big flood protection projects throughout Στερεά Ελλάδα, and energy upgrading by way of education, the Center of Chronic Disease here in Avlis. All 3 SVA, urban development projects, have been approved for these cities, and invitation have been approved for 40 million. And 14 million were carried over, transferred from the previous program. As to ITIs, integrated territorial investments, we move to the final processing to obtain approval for Oedipus, a cultural itinerary. Together with other operations, we don't aim only at restoring things, for instance, the monastery of St. Lucas at Viotia. We have this, and then we have ITIs for maintenance and less privileged areas. We will try to help these areas from a demographic destruction. Then the ITI at Sperchios River, which has been assigned some priority, and also Northern Evia, absolute priority there. The European Social Fund now, we have issued, and I dare say, we have enriched and expanded the project and the program with social inclusion actions, new day centers for the disabled, for the elderly, social druggists, and in cooperation with the local health services, a lot of infrastructure. A new invitation will go out for social structures to enable the municipalities that had not been able to submit proposals to do so now. Another proposal that gave us a lot of joy is the initiative for the social and solidarity agencies who can submit proposals with 100% financing up to 70,000 euros per action. We are in contact with the planning authorities at the regions in the various sectoral policies, health, education, social policy, vocational training, and of course, entrepreneurship. In the EU, an expanded discussion has opened up for supporting and financing new policy sectors that used to fall outside the scope of the structural funds. Now, due to the wider political developments, we may have investments in defense, and there are also areas that we need to pay special attention to, such as affordable social housing, decarbonization of large industrial complexes, high innovation sectors, ITC, biotechnology, drugs. All these new priorities can now obtain financing from the existing programs during 2021-2027. This discussion is about the future of social policy and cohesion policy for the next programming period up to 2034, but we need to consider the channeling of resources to some of these priorities without jeopardizing the implementation of already approved projects that have gone through consultation and prioritization and approval. In this context, in the second semester of 2025, we will complete the business discovery process, the Research and Innovation Regional Council, Regional Center, the new programs for supporting businesses, innovation and research. I repeat that we believe our policy to have been very successful in terms of RIS3. And we have 15 partnership programs with businesses and research centers. All of them have been put in place with very good results. We design the new generation of investment plans and projects in order to reach the production forces of Sτερεά Ελλάδα and support their abilities and help them make full use of these funds and resources with a view to innovation and research. In terms of implementation, in terms of numbers, we need to acknowledge, and I am the first to do so in front of you, that we need to move fast. We need to run, speed up. And I'm saying that to my internal audience, to us, to ourselves in the region, as implementation agency and also as a managing authority. But I'm also saying this to all those who work together with us, the municipalities, the FORAs, the ministries. There are still pending matters in terms of conditions and allocation and credit breakdown. Some things still need to be done. In the remaining years, we have to do much better. We have to surpass ourselves. We used to have this program with all these 33 million euros. The interpreter is not sure about the amount, but we had to suffer the COVID pandemic. We now have the responsibility to complete the implementation of this program in terms of absorption of funds, in terms of successful implementation of projects, in terms of actions and policies. So, all of us have to become much more efficient and effective. I mentioned our goals for the end of the year, the current year. I did that in order to include it in the minutes and in order to have a target in front of us, to strive for it. But as I said earlier, the unofficial goal is to go beyond the numbers and the percentages that I mentioned for the end of the year. In fact, to go beyond them at great length. We need everybody, all our partners, all our agencies. We will stand by all the implementing agencies, not just ourselves, but we want to be useful. We want to help solve problems. We are all on the same side. We are all working for a successful program and for the successful meeting of the goals. We are willing to avail resources from technical assistance. The first big action is to support the sustainable and territorial aspects of ITIs. We want to put in auction and implement integrated and useful projects that will be beneficial to our citizens, especially in Northern Evia. By the end of June, the strategic ITI has been approved, and we will accept mature projects. The inclusions, if we have mature projects, I'm saying that not in my capacity of the managing authority, but as a regional governor, the inclusions will not last long. It will be fast, and the implementing bodies will have the opportunity to launch the tenders and start implementing in the autumn. For the reconstruction of Northern Evia, I want to be categorical. It's not just ITIs. We work on many levels with the ministries, with the public sector, with the private sector, with businesses, with citizens. We try to obtain financing for a project that is over €500 million. And there is the northern road axis for Northern Evia, especially the road going through Strofilya. In a few days, you will be able to look at the integrated strategic document that we're going to publish, and you will be able to look for yourselves the work that has been done. You might wonder if we are happy about Northern Evia. We are not happy, of course. Why? Because we haven't achieved speed or efficiency or the desirable and promised participation by central agencies and bodies. 13 million, yes. We all understand and agree that all this extended consultation, the point of this extended consultation was not to just reach 13 million euros. The results that we were expecting were far greater. Anyway, I apologize for having held the floor for so long, but I would like to thank the political leadership, the Ministry for Finance, the Minister, Mr. Perakakis, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Papathanassis, with whom we have constant contacts and cooperation, the General Secretary, Mrs. Pantelopoulou, the new General Director, precious partner, Mr. Kirkoglou, the head of SA, Mrs. Zerva, who is here today, for their valuable contribution. I also need to thank the two commissioners, Mr. Raffaele Fito, Vice President of the Committee for Cohesion Policy. I had the pleasure of personally meeting him, and we discussed the perspectives of our region, and also Mrs. Roxana Midzatou, Vice President of the Committee for Social Rights, Skills and Jobs, Quality Jobs. I'd like to thank the heads of the community offices, departments, Mr. Pantazatos from DG Regio, Mrs. Christiana Constantinescu from DG Employment, and of course, the executives from the Commission, Mr. Yannis Silomonidis from Regio, Mr. Matteo Iella, who is with us, Mrs. Sadi Valeo from DG Employment, and Christina Karaitidi, Regio, Meletiu, Employment, who are attending via Zoom. I thank everybody for having contributed to the progress made, and I would like to thank Mr. Kostalemas, in head of the Managing Authority of Unit A, Mr. Kuchiko, the heads of the Managing Authority of all the offices and departments. And I give the floor to Mr. Lemas to animate the meeting. I will remain until the end, and I believe we're going to have a very fruitful meeting that will speed up, correct the ills, and improve everything that has to do with our competencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spanos. I would like, first of all, to ask the Greek authorities to take the floor. Ms. Rea from ESA, Ms. Pantelopoulou, but let's start with Ms. Zerva. Good morning. Thank you, Regional Governor, Deputy Regional Governor, representatives of the European Commission, dear colleagues. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today as a representative of Ms. Paraskivi, General Director for the NSRF, especially since we're discussing the ROP for Sτερεά Ελλάδα, which has already yielded important outcomes. We're identifying responses that truly meet the needs of the region, as the regional governor has already mentioned, infrastructure, ITIs, the development program that will provide potential to distant areas. As regards implementation, progress has been made and it's visible. However, available data show that there's still room for accelerating implementation. We are toiling below the average of ROPs as regards expenditure, but 2025 is a focal point, given that it will allow us not only to retain our dynamic, but also to accelerate and improve implementation of our targets, as the governor said. We're also faced with a huge opportunity, the interim reassessment that allows us to reorient actions and operations in accordance with new European priorities, going hand in hand with important financial and fiscal incentives. ASA will also say later on that the European Commission is encouraging acceleration of the implementation. The ROP has made important progress, but we need to create a distinct priority axis in order to have the necessary implementation of the new framework, and also to be able to gain from the extension possibility by 1 year. As you well know, our General Directorate, and the Ministry as a whole, we're here to support you. We try to respond directly to each of your needs, and we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you very much. I wish for the best for this committee. Thank you, Ms. Zerba. We will need your contribution later on for our discussion. Before we move on to the representatives of the European Commission, I would like to ask the Mayor of Eretria, the hosting municipality, to address us, saying a few introductory remarks. And we also have other mayors with us. Welcome to Central Evia, the municipality of Eretria, the 4th meeting of the Monitoring Committee for the Στερεά Ελλάδα ROP. Dear Governor, welcome. Dear fellow mayors, general, representatives of the Greek Orthodox Church, welcome all of you. We are discussing the progress of Στερεά Ελλάδα, the development of the region, and in order for the program to be successful, it is not just enough to absorb the program and have a good absorption rate, but I believe it also has to do with having a programming sequence of European guidelines in line with the actual problems and needs of our region. Outcomes may at first be something that we aspire to, but they are also closely intertwined. And I believe that human resources of the managing authority will play a key role in the success of the program. And I would like to submit a personal story. I've been in this post for 1.5 years. The first time I came into contact with the managing authority, I was hopeful, and I was glad to see that I was able to partner up with them. We were able to work together very well and have outcomes already accomplished and visible. For the past 1.5 years, our municipality has received 250,000 euro for machinery, 400,000 for the community shop and pharmacy. We submitted a proposal for more than 1 million euro in order to unify all archaeological sites. We have already submitted and are awaiting assessment the creation of a multi-purpose facility in Eritrea. We're hoping that we will have a positive response so that we can add value to our municipality. And of course, we're working together with the region authority in order to contribute to the flood protection works. I want to thank the managing authority who has stood by our side at all times. I would like to thank the regional governor. All of you, welcome. It is a great honor that you selected the municipality of Eritrea for this meeting. So welcome once again and thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to add that we've got a representative of the Livadia municipality here with us. And now we will ask Mr. Matteo Duella to take the floor, Deputy Director for ESF projects, to take the floor and address the meeting.
Governor, Head of the Managing Authority, members of the Monitoring Committee, dear colleagues, Kalimera. My name is Matteo Duella. I am the Deputy Head of Unit responsible for Greece and Cyprus. In the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. And I'm here together with my colleagues Sandy Galeu and Yannis Solomonidis from the DG region. And so today we have the opportunity to take stock of where we stand with the implementation of the regional program. And it's a very good moment because we are halfway through the programming period. And so it's important to review the progress made and see the areas where more efforts are needed. First, I would like to recall why the structural funds are so important. In recent years, the Greek labor market has been improving steadily, thanks to robust economic growth. But Greece was still coming out of a severe crisis, and important challenges still remain. The Commission analyzed these challenges in the context of the European semester. On the 4th of June, we published the spring European semester package. Which has the country reports for 2025 and the Commission proposals for country-specific recommendations. So what are the challenges that Greece is facing? Even if unemployment is now at record low levels, labor market participation is still very low, especially among women, but also young persons and persons with disabilities, third country nationals or Roma. And improving labor market participation is very important, also due to the very negative demographic trends that Greece is confronted with. Another challenge is still very high poverty and social exclusion. And another priority is quality of employment. When we look specifically at Sτερεά Ελλάδα, the employment situation is in fact a bit worse than the average situation for Greece. For example, on the gender employment gap, so the difference between the employment of men and women, but also the rate of early school leavers. Also, the number of young people that are not employed, not in education, and not in training. And also, in Sτερεά Ελλάδα, the adult participation in training is very low. The priorities for the Commission under this new mandate are very clear, and they aim to address these challenges. The Commission will soon present a quality jobs roadmap. Another key initiative is the Union of Skills. And then next year, for the first time, we will adopt an anti-poverty strategy at EU level. And there is also another theme that is underlying, it is connected with what I mentioned, which is competitiveness. And all these priorities are in line with the challenges that Greece and Sτερεά Ελλάδα are confronted with. And they also reflect what the citizens think. Last week, the results of a Eurobarometer survey came out. According to which 88% of EU citizens are worried about the high costs of living. For Greece, the level is 96%. Basically, anyone outside this hotel. And Greek citizens are very concerned also about not enough people being able to escape poverty. They are concerned about the quality of education, about housing affordability. In fact, about 70% of Greek citizens that were surveyed are worried that they're not being able to pay their rent or their mortgage. And a vast majority of Greek citizens, 93%, is worried about the quality of public services like hospitals, childcare, schools. And they express low satisfaction rates when they are asked about the access to quality healthcare, social services, childcare, long-term care, and affordable housing. And these are the lowest scores across the EU. And here it's where the structural funds come into play. That's our job. That's your job. This is what we are doing. But it's clear that we still have a long road ahead. In the Sτερeā Ελλάδα program, about 62% of the ESF allocation goes to social services, such as community centers, TOMIs, COMIs, KDIF, KIFIs, kindergartens, shelters for victims of domestic violence. And on the side of the ESF Plus, we are happy to see that the implementation is progressing smoothly. That many actions are underway and several calls have been published. This includes the call for social economy actions and for Roma that are progressing. And it shows that we are on the right track. And we have to continue. Before concluding, a few words on sustainability. As you may know, we've been discussing with the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Ministry of Social Cohesion and Family on the long-term sustainability of ESF interventions. All the social structures that I just mentioned, which should continue to operate also once the ESF support is phased out. An agreement has already been found on the prolongation of ESF support for the vouchers for kindergartens. And we also have a good understanding on how to go ahead for the KDAPs and KDAP-AMEA. The discussions on the other social structures are still ongoing, but I'm optimistic that we will be able to reach an agreement on the way forward very soon. This will have an impact on the allocations currently foreseen in the program. Ideally, it should have been addressed in the framework of the midterm review. So it's important that any upcoming reallocation is validated with the policy coordination bodies, including the horizontal services and the relevant line ministries. And the Commission also expects the region to be kept fully informed and involved in these discussions. So thank you all, and I look forward to a fruitful meeting today. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Ντιουιέλα. Ευχαριστώ. Grazie, Matteo. Να ζητήσω καταρχήν συγγνώμη από τον...
I would like to apologize to our colleague in Brussels because of the technical problems here, which prevented him from speaking freely. A very short comment to what he said, particularly for us, the people who run the regional projects, knowing what will happen with the European Social Fund actions, especially the continuing ones, whether they're going to go on or not. I keep that for some projects things will go on, and on some matters discussions are ongoing. Knowing about these things can change our planning. In case of negative results, we will have to find other solutions. We perhaps will have to identify ESF actions very shortly. We don't have an unlimited amount of time at our disposal. We are in the middle of the programming period, so any financial gaps up to 30, 40 million, if you have a scope, it's one thing. If you don't have a scope, it's a different matter. I find very positive to get the information reaching the regions very speedily, even before an agreement is reached. I will now give the floor to the representative of DG Regio for Greece and Cyprus, Mr. Yannis Solomonidis. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation and for hospitality here in the beautiful area of Evia. As previous speakers said, we are in the middle of the programming period. We at DG Regio, we are content. We are happy when we see that Greek projects are implemented to an extent higher than the European average. Nevertheless, from our monitoring exercise, we are obliged to alert people about risks. In regard to the implementation of this program, we have to point out that the implementation rate is quite low. 10% expenditure, legal commitments 24%, very unsatisfactory. As we said, this is the middle of the programming period. There is a visible danger of us losing money, losing funds, unless we intensify implementation efforts considerably. Let us not forget that at the end of every year, the landmarks of N+3 start. Every year, we need to enter a minimum level of expenditure. Otherwise, there is a risk of losing the money. And these magnitudes are increased exponentially as we go towards closure, towards the end. Every time I sit in a committee, I make a calculation. I divide the remainder of expenditure with the working days until the end of the programming period. Last year for Karpenisi, this was 298,000 euros per day, working day. This year, as of today, 335,000 euros, 28,000 euros more. In short, this means that implementation has not been as fast as it should be in order to avoid increasing this amount. As the regional governor said, everybody has to brace themselves, and it's very significant to avoid any delay. Everybody must do their best in order to achieve implementation and avoiding missing a single euro. As the governor said, we made so many efforts to more than double the funds of the project, and now risking to miss funds. It's very sad. So everybody needs to do their best to avoid losing the funds. Also, projects about the environmental crisis, flood protection, etc., need to receive extra attention. We have such projects in the program, and particular attention needs to be paid to resilience in regard to these projects. As we all know, this region has faced a lot of problems of an environmental nature due to climate change. This year is also critical because it's the year of the midterm review. There had been a proposal for revising the program. Everybody has considered it, people from the EU, from the European Commission, and we have sent our written comments. In this context, we have the revision of the regulation, which is ongoing. The regulation perhaps will be approved next month. The regulation will place emphasis in new priority areas of the European Commission, which is state-of-the-art technologies, energy transition, interconnection, defense, water management, very important for our region, and housing. In the specific program as sent, there were some step actions in priority 1. We urge the managing authority to go ahead and create a new priority, specifically for STEP, and send the new revised proposal, of course taking into account all commentaries, as soon as possible, in order to be ahead of the regulations approval and get the program approved with the extraordinary advance payment and all the rest, and prolong eligibility for 1 more year. I'm saying that because according to my latest information, the regulation perhaps will not provide good motives or as high motives that are as high as in the previous regulation. So let's make the most of it. You must take into account the comments, as I said, and the new proposal needs to include a declaration to the effect that a new proposal might be made after the approval of the regulation. That was all on my part. I'd like to thank the managing authority for their cooperation during the years that I'm in charge of the program of regional policy. And thank you once again for your hospitality. Thank you, Mr. Solomonidis. I don't just wish, I take it for granted that his latest comment is not a goodbye. We want and we will have him with us in the years to come. As your previous head had said, nobody is able to retire before he is allowed to retire, Mr. Solomonidis. On the substance, take it for granted. Prolong it as long as you can. I have 2 things to say. First, the speeding up of implementation. We are aware of the program. We acknowledge the problem. We don't present alleviating circumstances. It's just that our program did not have any encumbrances from the previous program. It was a political decision in the region to bring in new programs and actions for the new mega budget. We try to plan activation and invitations. This is our remit, partly in respect of approvals, Of course, you know that the maturity and the adequacy of the files plays a big part. Our own intervention can only be in the form of pressure for expenditure and contracting. We promise that we will fast go beyond the average of absorption rates, but everybody has to assume their responsibility. On our part, we will do what needs to be done in order to eliminate any misunderstanding between friends. There will not be prolongations of invitations. Invitations will open up and close in due time. Mature projects will be uptaken. Non-mature projects will be rejected. There will be the strictest implementation of the deadlines for the management and control system. A project that is approved today, if it doesn't have a contract in 1 year and a half, it will be abandoned. 426 million, 500 million is the budget of our program. I hope that we will not have Mr. Salomonidis commenting. We don't want Mr. Solomonidis to have negative comments to make in 1 year time. So our aim is not just to approve projects. Mrs. Sandy Galeu from DG Employment, colleague to Mr. Matteo, now has the floor. Good morning. I am Sandy Galeu. I work in DG Employment for Greece and Cyprus together with Mr. Matteo. I don't want to say much more because we are running behind schedule. It is a great honor for me to be part of this committee. It is my first time in Greece, but I work a lot on regional programs. I work on coordination, ESF, and I monitor and supervise implementation of ESF projects. Mr. Duella mentioned our priorities and the work we do. I look forward to listening to what the members of the committee have to say. Let us have a nice discussion today on the Στερεά Ελλάδα program. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Galeu. Now we will enter the main chunk of the agenda. We will have the first presentation of the implementation progress in the last year. Let us begin with the slides.
Αυτά είναι τα πεδία στα οποία θα αναφερθούμε συνοπτικά.
Okay, these are the areas we're going to talk about. This is by way of information. You have all this data in your files. I will not dwell on them. Just remember 426 million public expenditure and the breakdown in the priority axis. We can jump these. We show them each time. It is obligatory for us to present these slides. These are the priorities and the targets for each priority axis. You are familiar with all that. And let us have a look of the overall progress, although the regional governor talked about it. We see that we have allocation 80%, 71%, not 67%. Approvals 35% with the latest cultural projects that were approved this week, with the local project of Eretria archaeological sites, legal commitments over 106 million, 25%, expenditure an extra 2 million, 44%, and 10%. I hope that you can see them on the slide. The interpreters cannot. The image does not have a high resolution. Now, information about the ERDF. I will not dwell on those. This is ESF Plus. This is, as an average, much better. Our main lagging behind concerns ERDF, and this is paradoxical because usually we're good with infrastructure projects. So it is a matter of honor for Στερεά Ελλάδα to speed up the implementation, not the design, not the approval. It's not the design and the approval, the end. It is the delivery of the project to the citizens. We can move forward. We have covered this. We have covered the allocation. This is an internal procedure. Another chart that shows where we are. Compared to last June, there is visible progress. Invitations, but let us go on to the differential progress in this year. You see the differences in the numbers, 300 million invitations. By the end of the year, we will have exceeded 390 million. Entrepreneurship will contribute. We will have invitations of 40 million in the second semester. And then the negotiation about the social fund. If we agree on actions, the new generation actions, if they are continuing actions, we can reach up to 100% in terms of calls for tender. This is what everybody can see on our site per semester, the planning of invitations for each semester in order to prepare them and not wait for the light to turn green. We can plan for each semester. We can plan for the next semester. Already here, 2 invitations, 2 calls for tender, the green ones, civil protection for regional units, for the 2 municipalities that were unable to submit proposals in the previous period. These are approvals. You see the million, you see the numbers. 46% for the ESF already committed, 30% for the ERDF, but this will change in the next quarter because we will complete the evaluation, the assessment of big calls for tender, energy upgrading, school buildings, social, and this will give us big commitments. And here, nevertheless, we see the visible progress in the last 12 months from 66 million last June, 150 today. Nothing particular to say here. Legal commitments. This is what I say. The responsibility lies much more with the implementing bodies. The managing authority does not contract, does not tender projects. It can just give the preliminary approval and it can pay credits and accounts. This is a summary view of the progress made, and hopefully in the next meeting I will have much more to show. And we're going to work very hard in the next 12 months in this monitoring committee. We see visible changes in the majority of numbers compared to last June. Day to day, a very cohesive action plan has put in place in order to make a qualitative and quantitative leap in implementation. A few words about ITIs. They are financed by Priority Axis 5, 76 million, 55 of these obligatorily dedicated to urban, sustainable urban development in the big 4 cities of the region, and 21 to rural territorial areas. Well, in fact, there is a paradox here because the needs are the reverse. But we cannot change this. We try to make the impossible possible in the margin left to us by the regulation, with overbooking, in cooperation with the ministry in order to fully implement the non-urban territorial investments as well. The regional governor touched upon that. From 55 million went up to 64 million because you need to serve more purposes. 64 million available to the 4 big municipalities to implement projects within their cities. 4.5 million expenditure. We're going to have a very analytical, technical meeting with each municipality shortly, and we will impose a very strict timetable to the municipalities with very strict objectives. I believe they have the capacity, political and operational, to cover the very strict conditions that we're going to impose on them. For the rest, not. We have Oedipus, as the governor said. It will be approved. The invitation will be issued next week. And we will have a very fast progress. And by the end of June, for Northern Evia, we will have the call ready. These are very mature projects. For Agrafa, there is great priority by central government, by the very bureau of the Prime Minister. The call is ready. Things will go very fast there as well. And then ITIs in the other mountainous areas, Sperchios, for example, in order to be able to complete our design for non-urban territorial investments in Στερεά Ελλάδα. Now, projects of strategic importance. ITI Asopos. This ITI is not dead and inert, as people say. There is a very important project that was approved, a health observatory. It will be tendered in the next days, and this is something that the political leadership has to consider anew in a more integrated perspective. The contribution of the ROP is relatively small as compared to what needs to be done. Nevertheless, even if only the 4 or 5 important interventions by the public and the private sector are put in place, we will have achieved 90% of our targets, which were agreed in 2019. Having said that, we talked a lot about Northern Evia. Things move on. And for the third strategic project, upgrading and reinforcing primary health structures, politically and operationally, in 2021-2022, we explained how we had to support primary health care. 55 million, 17 ambulances. 3 ambulances are already operational. We wait 7 more. Mrs. Rapidaki approved feasibility for extra ambulances that will refer to the primary health centers. We will have 34 new ambulances in Sτερεά Ελλάδα at the end of this project. And this 10 million call, we mean to complete equipment and infrastructure in all primary health centers, whatever form they may take. And also for the 8 hospitals, they are also part of the primary health sector. Thank you. We are at your disposal for the discussion. I will now give the floor to Mr. Koutsikos, who will talk about the evaluation of the program.
Μισό λεπτό, συγγνώμη.
I apologize. Give me a second.
Καλημέρα σας και από εμένα. Σας
Good
ευχαριστώ.
morning, everybody. I would like to thank each and every one of you for responding to the invitation to join us in this meeting. I will make 2 presentations, technical ones, one regarding assessments of the program planning and implementation, and this is the one I'm holding now. We will be discussing the impact assessment for the Sτερεά Ελλάδα 2014-2020 program, the one that is closing. It was assigned in February. The first deliverable has been approved, and we are now undertaking data collection, field surveys, and interviews. The impact assessment aims at depicting results and impacts of the main interventions implemented during the program and co-financed by the RDF, assessing the extent to which these interventions contributed in the outcomes that we were expecting or not, and the impact, and to see whether the implemented interventions actually contributed. In order to select the categories of interventions, we had 3 key criteria: the financial gravity of the intervention, the need to include interventions of specific strategic importance, and the selection of interventions for which we had no assessments on a national scale. You can see the actions and investment priorities on the screen. There's no need for me to tire you by reading them out. We were assessing almost the total of the previous program, 2014-2020. Now, assessments as regards the 2021-2027 program, we emphasize the targets and objectives of OPs, the rationale behind each and every intervention, assessing their efficiency and their impact. It is for the time frame of the 2021-2027 programming period, and these assessments are done on the basis of either national horizontal policy assessments or referring to the program alone. The overall number of assessments planned is 12, and the foreseen budget is at 442,000 euro. You can see the assessments and their titles on the screen. The assessment plan has already been uploaded on our website, stereaalada.gr. As you can see, we begin with on February 2025, and the other assessments stretch all the way down to May 2029, the 12th assessment. It is, of course, quite likely that throughout the program there will either be other assessments or there will be modifications to assessments planned, especially if we have not been able to reach our target. Thank you very much, and now we'll continue with my second intervention. So Mr. Koutsikos will continue providing us with data on a topic that has already been mentioned more than once in previous interventions, that has to do with the midterm reassessment and review of the program. I would just like to make a brief remark before the intervention that we are, in fact, working on all that has been mentioned by previous speakers that has to do with assessment. And very soon we will have drafted a reply, fully aware that the new regulation currently being approved might create a less favorable framework if approved. So we need to rush in order to ensure that we draw all benefits that we can from the current regulation. We will have a total commitment on absorbing all resources and funds. But of course, it's not just financial benefits that we're looking for. This reassessment will also look at expenditure in all forms. Mr. Koutsikos. As the head of the department has already said, as Mr. Solomonides has said, other colleagues from the European Commission already mentioned it as well. So I will be making a very brief presentation on the report for the midterm reassessment and review as per the data that I have at my disposal. As you can see here, on the 31st of March 2025, we submitted to the European Commission the pertinent report, focusing primarily on new challenges, examining the implementation progress, examining the progress of our country when it comes to implementing the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights, examining the socio-economic state of play in the Sτερεά Ελλάδα region. As of the approval of the program and the approval of the first report, no significant changes have popped up. The top priority is to have the impact assessment, especially as regards 2021-2027. We took into consideration an impact assessment of the 2014-2020 Sτερεά Ελλάδα OP, which is underway, as I mentioned before, a report on the operation of community centers for the year 2023, an examination of progress when it comes to achieving milestones, and the 2021-2027 program includes a total of 78 outflow indicators regarding the milestones of the 2024 of the program for 2024. There is a delay, as has already been mentioned today. The reasons behind this delay is the fact that we had a delayed approval of programs for the current programming period. There is no pool of mature projects from the previous programming period. There is an understaffing of potential beneficiaries and of the managing authority. As regards proposal for the second review, In the framework of the midterm reassessment of the program, review of the program, the goal was to integrate the program in the framework for regarding the platform strategic technologies for Europe. And there are special objectives. We also aim at integrating new challenges based on the needs as formed for the program. We are recommending a financial reallocation of funds in priorities 4.1 and 5, and always within the framework of the RDF projects. All in all, modifications to the project have had, as a result, a change in the dimension tables and the indicator system. The non-modification of overall financing funds per amounts per fund and per priority, and of course the updating of the interventions rationale. I thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Koutsikos. We fully realize that these are all technical details, but it is highly important to present such data because it demonstrates the range of what is happening. Ms. Paparizou is kindly asked to take the floor and speak about implementation and communication for the program, so that afterwards we can have a round of discussion both with the people present here today and with the people following the works of this meeting online. Ms. Paparizou. I would like to welcome all of you here to Eritrea. Thank you for joining us. So, an update as regards the strategic communication. What is the target here? To promote, highlight all projects taking place in order to meet the targets and priorities, of course. 5 special targets, as you can see here. Who are the beneficiaries? Who can receive funding? Ensuring that all beneficiaries will be informed equitably, and that all approvals will continue to take place on the basis of the tender criteria. We also wish to ensure that the broader public can understand the importance of the EU financing, and that the broad public will be informed regarding both the program and side projects. Now, how do we establish, what have we done with the recipient groups? Of course, all potential beneficiaries and beneficiaries, the broader public, as we mentioned before. It can be private companies, it can be universities, research institutions, and then it is a strategy that is open to both national and European networks, such as Europe Direct, Europe Enterprise Network, and so on and so forth, always on the basis of the special objective. How do we implement our communication strategy? We use multiple communication media. Of course, we draw from the communication guide of the EU. We have established a website, stereaalada.gr. We use social media and social networks. We promote dedicated events. We always try to participate in events taking place both within our region and beyond, and of course with other miscellaneous communication media such as brochures. The budget is 1,210,000. Mr. Koutsikos is in charge, very knowledgeable and experienced in this arena, and the target of the assessment of the strategic communication has to do with how pertinent it is, how well it's being implemented, how effective, productive it is, and what the outreach is. This is some pictures here from the third monitoring committee meeting in Karpenisi. Once again, here in Karpenisi, we held an event, and the topic was development of Karpenisi and Sτερεά Ελλάδα. This is something that I have downloaded from our site. We keep updating our site. Now, publicity. Actions, as I said before, we're always participating in actions, events, learning, training. And last summer, this is from the Athens Conservatory, we held an event for the closure of the 2014-2020 programming period. And we presented all the major projects that we were very, very proud of. Arethousa, Hospital of Halkis, a night view, which is very interesting, community center. We created videos both in Greek and English so that we can reach out to a larger audience and help them understand no matter the language of choice. Of course, these are all uploaded on our site, NSRF projects in Karpenisi, and other communication and awareness means horizontal publicity. So we participate in TV shows, we reach out to the press, we provide information on the basis of written material. Within the coming days, we will have brochures ready regarding the actions of our service and the progress so far of the program, of course, advertisements in all sorts of media. Throughout the implementation of our interventions, so we work in tandem with beneficiaries. We've already asked them to all have a communications liaison officer so that anything that is implemented, anything that is done will be made public knowledge, be it signs, be it progress. These are some pictures regarding projects for the current programming period. One, I think this is something that we will be visiting. Here, the sources at urban refurbishment close to the water source of Krita, and here in the municipality of Delphi, the school of Amphissa, the General High School of Lyceum of Skiros, and that's all I had to share. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Paparizou. It's true that Mr. Koutsikos originates from Chiavi, but I need to point out that we did not create a water waste production treatment plant there because it is Mr. Koutsikos' place of origin, but rather because it was required and requested by the European Commission. And now that we have concluded the first presentation cycle, I believe it is time to hold a first round of discussion with all members of the audience, both here live and online. So I would like to give the floor to Ms. Katerina Patsogianni, Secretary General for Equality, who would like to say a few words. I would like to apologize, Ms. Patsogianni. We ran out of time. We wanted to have you as an official member in this meeting, but we ran out of time to do so. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for allowing us to participate in this dialogue and this very important meeting and allow us to be informed. Dear Regional Governor, Ms. Secretary General, dear members of the European Commission, dear representative of the ESF Projects Unit, the Secretariat General for Equality is a new unit of a new ministry for Social Solidarity and Family Affairs. We have taken on the aspect of human rights as well, and we have had a long-standing collaboration with ROPs. Why is that so? Because along with ROP authorities, we implement a large number of actions that take on preventing and tackling a phenomenon which is a fundamental breach of human rights. And I'm talking about violence against women, gender-based violence. It is an explicit violation of human rights based on the Universal Declaration, based on the UN treaties that have been ratified. The Grevio Commission of the Council of Europe and other international authorities have established a roadmap so that we can tackle such phenomena. And as of June 2024, the European Commission established a directive to be adopted by all European member states. And I'm talking specifically about a directive that was necessary because it defines that the steps that member states need to take in order to prevent and confront, minimize gender-based violence and domestic violence. Articles from that directive have already been integrated into Greek law. We have strengthened our penal code against offenders, against abusers implicated in domestic violence incidents. The Hellenic police has established and expanded units dedicated to domestic violence throughout the Greek territory. And I would also like to say that following all these initiatives, within 1 year and a half, we are already noticing an increase in complaints, official complaints. It appears that women feel safer to report in terms of reporting their problem, the violence that they are subjected to. In some regions, increase in complaints, in official complaints, has gone up by 200%. And we're not necessarily talking about an increase in victims. We're talking about better visibility of the problem. We have been able to render this issue visible. The General Secretariat of Equality has been drawing funds ever since the 2013 programming period, and we used that in order to implement a network of infrastructure, of facilities, 64 hostels for women subjected to violence in Thiva, Lamia and Halkida. We've got consultation centers co-financed under the ROP, and in collaboration with the General Secretariat, for Human Rights, and more than 3,000 women have received free psychological counseling, social support, work-related counseling, free legal advice. And I'm talking about women that were victims of domestic violence. And the hostel, the structure for women that have been victims of domestic violence in Lamia has accommodated so far more than 300 women along with their children. It's a short-term accommodation facility with highly specialized staff that help these women come up with a life plan. Women that have been forced to seek refuge in this facility. A life plan allowing for free psychological support thanks to specific dedicated projects that are running specifically for women that are victims of domestic violence under VIPA, and other dedicated programs that allow for easier accommodation finding, housing finding, and employment, both for themselves and their children. Working with our international partners, we have been able to implement all this. We are now negotiating with the European Commission on the basis of a long series of meetings in order to structure continuous financing. These negotiations are well known to all of you, I guess. And we're also negotiating with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, because our problem with such facilities, consultation centers for victims of domestic violence under the General Secretariat for Human Rights, and coordination with other facilities for combating poverty, such as community centers, for example. And we see in this a delay, a problem with a delay when it comes to support from the public sector, from the state, and it all boils down to an understaffing problem. We have a 1-to-1 ratio limit from the European Commission, which means that we cannot massively hire people to staff public facilities. We will need time before we are able to integrate the necessary number of people in this and employ them in these new facilities that will fall under the public budget. In a few days, we will have concluded the feasibility study and sustainability study, which will give us primary findings, allowing us to look into alternative scenarios that we will be discussing, of course, with the European Commission in order to look into how such financing will pursue. Tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, you will be visiting the counseling center of the Chalkis municipality. And this will allow you to see up close the work offered by such facilities. The person in charge will be informing you on all that is being done. And now we are concluding, as I said before, the sustainability study. And we've also set up a task force, an interministerial task force, which monitors on a real-time basis this sustainability study in order to work on different scenarios as rapidly as possible. This is what I wanted to say. We also have with us a representative from the Secretariat General against poverty, and they can speak up regarding the work undertaken in that direction. Thank you very much, Ms. Patsogianni. Ms. Stefania Athanasiou is in fact the person to take the floor now. She comes from the General Secretariat Against Poverty. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for all your references and presentations. Unfortunately, we have not been able to be there physically. A few points in regards to the very interesting program designed for the next programming period. For instance, the call for supporting social economy operators. It is very interesting that the region was able to issue this call. It is an area that needs support. So with this call for hiring people in social economy operators, it is a form of support. You and Mrs. Katsoulia talked about social structures, community centers, poverty shelters, day centers for the disabled, for the elderly, etc. Indeed, we are negotiating with the European Commission and with the Ministry to continue with social structures. The sustainability study has been drawn up in order to see what we can do and until when. Our priority is to go on with implementing these social structures, especially community centers, perhaps with new operation rules. This is something that existing structures will have to take into account once newest information is available, and they should plan accordingly. And new structures that are in the pipeline can go on working towards that direction. The European Commission mentioned action plans and strategies in social cohesion and families, especially our body, the General Secretariat, for these issues. And then there is the long-term care, all the more so for this region with mountainous areas and large elderly populations. It is important to have actions that activate projects in the context of long-term care. Since November, we've been talking about this national strategy. Our ministry is preparing an action plan, but anything you might have as a region and other regions, if there are actions that you want to determine, we are here to talk about them. We are here to support you with other actions. I could talk about these issues for ages, but I need to stop, so thank you, and I will remain until the end. Thank you, Mrs. Athanasiou. A very small point to what you said. Yes, we are designing our own regional actions. We're going to inform you about our proposals once things have been definitively settled with the governor. We have the executory apparatus, the bridge apparatus, which is also used by other regions. And we can upload there our interventions. And I'm saying that to colleagues from the European Commission, who will shortly, hopefully before the holidays, will receive our proposals for regional actions that are not part of the central planning. We need to have a constant flow of information about negotiation, because there is a big difference between 0 and 100. It is important to know which actions will continue. This will help us plan and design, because we are going to do the review. We're going to commit for a next revision. The social fund is going to be revised. This is for certain. We need to keep informed of all that. Let us open a small round of discussion between the committee members and our remote participants. Please, let's have this finished by 1 o'clock. People who take the floor should introduce themselves, please. Yes. The lady in the corner. Good day, Natasha Arvaniti, Coordination for Smart Specialization. Thank you for your invitation. We would like to urge you to be more ambitious with implementing the regional component of smart specialization. The numbers you presented are ruthless. They show an important lagging behind. The governor said that they will activate the idea in the second semester of 2025. We will urge you to do it as early as possible. The monasteries and myself are at your disposal to contribute in any way you think fit. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Arvaniti. We will come in contact with you in designing the new projects. It would be very easy to repeat the invitation of 19. We want to explore new sectors of high added value, high innovation. I'm sure you understand. Implementation is not easy. Projects designed for 3 years. Only last month we paid the innovation centers. The difficulty in all this ecosystem of research and application of research, all obligations are very ponderous, you know. Let us go on. Leonidas Nihos, I represent the National Federation of People with Disability. We always raise issues in the context of policies, including in the National Action Plan for People with Disability, 2023-2030. In fact, these are reflected on two big axes, accessibility and deinstitutionalization. As to accessibility, we believe that we are doing quite well, although, of course, there is always more to be done. But in terms of deinstitutionalization, things do not look good. Although there were 2 pilot projects for the deinstitutionalization in Western Greece and in Attica, the government admitted that we have not done very well. From the Ministry of Family and Social Services, I was given an idea about what needs to be done. I have the honor of participating in the Executive Secretariat of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Parents with Disabled Children. We are already talking about the assisted day centers of increased care, because people with disability who live in day centers obviously will grow up, will become elderly, and will need more care. Having said that, in terms of deinstitutionalization, until some time ago, at least that is my understanding, up to a short time ago, there was no financing tool to construct such centers. Now the region of Attica has issued the first call for assisted living centers, because the problem that our people have to identify suitable buildings for assisted living centers, the problem is infrastructure, the problem is with the buildings. All the rest have been solved. Mrs. Meletiu, who is monitoring the issue, has come to our centers. She has looked at them. The fifth center that was inaugurated in Phthiotida in November, at the moment, 4 people live there and 2 are left outside. You understand that the housing, especially buildings, it's a huge issue. Hopefully this will change. Hopefully people will move on even outside Attica. We have the guide. We have the road axis, which has been aligned and included in the National Plan for the Disabled People that relies on the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. We have to change our shift from charity to a right-centered approach. And we will do that when disabled people go out of the institutions and start living inside society, in the social fabric. I have 3 examples. In the centers where I have the honor of representing our association, the parents of disabled people, we have 3 disabled people from the annex of Avlida, the social welfare center there, 3 disabled people who had never looked the sun, or who saw the sun only through their windows. Now, let us look a little at the general approach. There was a call, a horizontal call on the 30th of June from the Ministry for Family and Social Solidarity for independent living, semi-autonomous living. This is also addressed to not-for-profit organizations, but mainly social welfare centers. Social welfare centers suffer from insufficient manning. In Phthiotida, the social welfare center filed an application. It will take 4 children. My question that I have raised to the board of the Social Welfare Center is, how will these 4 children live in an apartment. It is easy to find apartments. The staff that covers only 30%, where is it to be found? Will these 4 children from 15 to 18 years old, more of them come from deviant families? How will these people be able to live semi-autonomously in this center? There are all these matters, and the horizontal calls need to take into account these matters. Now, for social economy, I have looked at the call. It will cover the payroll. But is that our problem? Just to hire a couple of more people? This is also a horizontal call. Shouldn't this call create a sort of dynamics? I mean, do something new that will go out onto the market and will have a multiplying effect in employment and production. So what are we going to do? We're going to hire some people for 2 or 3 years in a social enterprise, and as soon as the financing is finished, they will be laid off. So here too, we need to adopt a different approach. We need to give the possibility to plans worked out by social businesses to go out onto the market. And the outcome of this investment should be a multiplier for the economy. Thank you. Your contribution is always useful. Thank you for recognizing that in terms of accessibility, we've done the maximum. We have even gone beyond what is necessary. In all infrastructure, even retrospectively, we have required full access for the disabled people. This was done by providing more financing, by a special clause in all refurbishments and renovations. Of course, new structures always have access for the disabled, but we try to expand this clause to horizontally to all premises, and we have made this expenditure an eligible expenditure. So I believe that these problems will be solved. Now, as to the other things you raised, we received your letter yesterday. We will have the possibility to discuss it for infrastructure. As you know, we have financed all the previous structures that you suggested. So we have 5 structures up and running, as you said, and 2 more in Phokida who are outside the program but play the same role.
Κύριε Λέμα, καλημέρα σας. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση.
Mr. Lemas, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this excellent meeting. My name is Dimitris Kalamaras. I am from the MOU, Central Service. And in the framework of the meetings you will be holding with beneficiaries in order to identify challenges and problems in the implementation of projects that have been approved or challenges to invitations, tenders issued, I would like you to, if you feel that we can support municipalities, I would like you to introduce the knowledge that we are more than willing and happy. Thank you. We're well aware of the platform that the MOU is already setting up, and we've already included mention of that in all contacts with beneficiaries and potential beneficiaries, because we want to be able to support weaker beneficiaries so that they can participate in a very ambitious project. Good afternoon, Vasilis Christidis from the Association of IT Companies in Greece. I would like to point out, make a few observations. We know that digital technology is rapidly developing and also plays a primary role in entrepreneurship. It is also well documented that SMEs in various regions are lagging behind when it comes to digital technology and digital literacy. So our association is suggesting the following. We already have task forces that are actively participating in both in many ROPs, and we have set up procedures in order to be able to contribute in the drafting of detailed documents regarding technology and eligibility, because we know what the needs are for small and medium enterprises. So if there's anything more that we can do, let us know. The second issue I wanted to raise has to do with technology transfer. It's obvious that it is very difficult to transfer technology and technological knowledge to SMEs. So we would like you to look into whether, when it comes to technological knowledge transfer, we could have the participation of independent bodies outside of the region. The third issue I wanted to raise had to do with the role of regional stakeholders. For example, in our region, we've got traders and associations and unions. I believe that such stakeholders can play an important, crucial role when it comes to providing incentives to companies so that they can upgrade, and also they can play an important role when it comes to raising awareness and informing such enterprises. I believe that it is important to support such stakeholders, such bodies, in their own digital transformation so that they can have a pertinent role to play even beyond the end of the closure of the program. Thank you. I believe that you already know we've issued a call dedicated specifically to digitally upgrading SMEs. It reached out to more than 200 SMEs and allowed them to digitally upgrade. Of course, this is something that we will be repeating, and we're also looking into the new potential provided by STEP. And this is something that is very important to us. We will be reaching out to you so that you can contribute in all in the design of all actions and projects related to STEP, the STEP axis. My name is Spiros Loizos. I'm from the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece. I'm also former president of the managing authority for Sperchios. And under both capacities, I would like to point out a couple of things. In the program, page 21, priority 2, objective 2.6, we have restoration and reuse of various facilities. As far as I'm concerned, we should also include here packaging for agricultural supplies and chemical substances. We have many important historical fields where such substances are in fact used to an extent that they go into the soil and impact on the aquifer. I believe that this should be tackled in this priority, under this priority. Another issue is if we don't have a seed bank for local species, and given the ulcer, the pigmented ulcer, which is currently destroying lots of the vegetation of Spercheios, we absolutely need a seed bank. This should be included. And then we have an action in order to tackle trees that have already been contaminated, been affected. They should be removed in a very specific way. So these were the topics that I wanted to raise. I want to thank you and remind you that we are at your disposal whenever you need us. Thank you. I'm talking to our specialist for the review, who's also the agricultural specialist we've had for more than 30 years. The ROP may not be able to intervene because this falls under the agricultural fund. And as regards the other topic you raised, neither the region nor our authority can we look into waste treatment. We can have source selection and triage projects, but we need to have the design and planning for a new strategy for waste treatment before we begin to implement actions and operations. In the past, we had a holistic report on all that can be financed when it comes to source selection and triage. These are all programs that can be financed. It's green points or recycling points throughout the city. But every other action can be tackled under a different axis. Thank you. The agricultural axis. Staikos, President of the Viotia Chamber, I would like first of all to congratulate each and every one of you on all that you've done well so far, hoping that we will do as well and even better in the future. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to say that we get repeatedly complaints from companies and enterprises regarding a lack of awareness, a lack of information provided as to the actions that they could participate in. And linking that to financing, digital transformation, and the needs to propagate information better, I would like to suggest that the Chamber plays an active role in projects related to informing companies that could participate in certain projects. I believe that we could use that, we could do that using AI solutions. And I would like to urge you to schedule a meeting both with you and the regional governor so that we can look at whether our members can also help, because we do have access to information. We do have knowledge as regards AI solutions, and this could be a multiplier in the future and help speed up implementation of projects and actions. Once again, congratulations. We are here as partners, as collaborators, as anything we can be in order to help you. Thank you very much. We will be instigating such action with chambers, and now we have the support of the Entrepreneurship Center. This will start operating soon in terms of propagating information, disseminating information, not just under the framework of the ROP, but also because we are looking forward to working together with chambers. And this is a center that has been around around for 10 years. It's got an extensive network in place. It's got know-how. It can maximize the outcome that we all wish for. The actions, the 4 actions that we looked into, with the exception of the COVID-related one, have been widely acknowledged and accepted, and this is also indicated by the high number of approvals for companies that participated in this program. Good afternoon. Hello to the entire meeting. My name is Moschodaki. I'm from the executive unit of ESPA. And there was a mention of us made. I want to say thank you for that. Thank you for all the support provided for all projects that we are implementing. Thank you for the invitation regarding the new local healthcare units, TOMIs. In the planning and design stage, we already had 10 new TOMIs, but moving beyond that, we are already implementing and creating a new TOMI, which is financed by state funds. And we believe that we will do even better compared to other TOMIs to the past. And as regards long-term care, we're also specializing. We've got centers and projects looking into autism and dementia. And I hope that post-criteria approval, you will also help us implement these projects. Thank you once again. Thank you. You are fully aware that we are more than happy to respond as soon as we've got dedicated criteria, especially anything that comes from the Ministry of Health and the Executive Unit. Anybody else? If not, with an intervention rather of 5 minutes, please, by Mr. Karagiorgopoulos. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity awarded us. Thank you for the kind invitation. Chair, members of the committee, regional governor, as people working for the management organization unit of development programs, and also looking into the meetings that are being conducted throughout Greece this month, we would like to voice our concern as regards the institutional framework for the operation and staffing of units as per the law advocated by the Ministry of Finance. We are highly concerned because despite repeated efforts, both the General Secretariat for ESPA and the Minister have not yet sent us the Bill of Law so that we may start a consultation process, as was the case with previous laws. So as a workers' association and union, we would like to be informed so that we are not caught as unawares, and so that we are able to submit proposals before this Bill of Law is passed. Let me remind you that we have been in constant collaboration with all pertinent committees in order to ensure that co-financed projects in Greece are implemented as they should. And we have seen a single management system as regards ESPA projects. So both the private and the public sector need to abide by institutionalized, legalized procedures on the basis of a tendering process and based on Law 4413 and 4422. So we would like to voice, as we have already done via memo submitted to the Minister, that we find it unacceptable that we have flows by derogation to the provisions valid to this day. What is more, this new Bill of Law, which is very important, And we're still not sure when it will be promoted, when it will be submitted for its final approval. We have some fixed demands that we require that they should be integrated in the new law. 3 years ago, we undertook a huge effort in order to ban disparities in the employee market. And there was, at the time, back in 2022, a resolution that allowed for a partial ban of disparities. However, although this was an allowance that was offered to all ESPA workers, we had colleagues that were left out of this. So we want repeated commitments and engagements from the political leadership that has stated that they find that this is a fully fair and just demand. We want, therefore, our demands to be integrated into the Bill of Law. And we're also asking for an empowerment of the MOU via hiring, which is something that we have asked for repeatedly, and the political leadership repeatedly committed to doing it, but has failed to do so. To this day, we know of the huge problem of understaffing. Right now, we have 70 hires promised, but they have not. 70 people have not been hired, and all interventions from the public sector should also follow a tendering procedure that is transparent, one of meritocracy, and based on Article 4914 and Articles 33 to 40 with no derogation of based on transitional provisions. We want a new tender when it comes to hiring new people. This has stagnated. We have promoted it, advocated for it repeatedly. Mr. Doxiadis, the former minister, vowed to do something about it. And this is a procedure that so far has not taken place, and it's very important for the smooth operation of all units. This was supposed to have been concluded in 2023. To this day, even the competent minister keeps saying that this is a procedure underway, but so far we have seen no progress. So, summing up, our major concerns as the ones that I mentioned, and with the new Bill of Law, we definitely to finally regulate the ban of disparities in between employees, those that have been left out of the regulation and are not allowed to receive the same benefits and allowances as other employees of the MOU. This should be tackled. And another issue regarding disparities has to do with our colleagues from Interreg, the Interreg Special Service. As of 2011, more than half of them have not, and this is a huge case of disparity, do not receive similar wages, corresponding wages, and also there is a part of the employees who may have received postgraduate degrees since 2016. They still, to this day, do not have the corresponding wages and salaries. I believe that these are issues that should concern all of us, not just MOU employees. All structures and special services are involved, and for all these issues have been acknowledged and by previous political leaders and the current political leaders. And there have been commitments in order to move beyond that, but the key issue here is to be for them to send us the bill of law so that we are informed on a timely basis. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm certain that all will go magnificently in terms of this meeting. Whenever I join you, I feel embraced. I feel so good because all colleagues are truly doing their best, and I believe that we are trying to make it clear that what we are demanding is in fact an institutional topic that has an impact on all employees, not just the MOU employees. It is a topic that needs to finally be resolved, and there should no longer be a notion in between political will and practice. Thank you.
Okay, we close this round that was very fertile in terms of actual implementation. I will avoid the temptation for a short break. I think we can move on to the third session and slowly wrapping things up. Okay, special matters, interventions of the National Coordinating Authority and the Certification Authority on horizontal issues. We will start with Mrs. Gourousou Emanuela from ASECT, and then Mr. Petrostavru from SCAE, and perhaps some remote interventions. Hello, Mrs. Bisbiku. No, not Mrs. Bisbiku. Let me respond a bit to what was heard before. First of all, for semi-autonomous centers, if I understand correctly, the call you mentioned is the call from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. These actions that will be financed will become part of the ROPs after 2026. There are payroll expenditure there. As regards actions for long-term care and autism, we are waiting for the agreement of the second co-responsible ministry so that we can talk criteria and everything else that needs to be discussed. As regards the clarification for the continuation or not of actions, and in full understanding with regard for your concern, the aim is to have the matter settled by September and include continuing projects to the revision. Okay, slides. On this slide, as a follow-up to what Virgi Employment said about the importance of the European Social Fund, this is the overall picture for beneficiaries from horizontal structures. This data comes from the viability study for beds. 2024, over 620,000 beneficiaries, more than 10,000 are new beneficiaries, people who went there for the first time. Next slide. You can see some of the actions that are being allocated now. Action for social entrepreneurship. The region has issued the call. It includes not just existing for hiring new staff, but also the creation of new social businesses. And then we have the integrated plans for child poverty. This is an action laid down in the program. Support of children and adolescents at increased risk of poverty. The municipalities are the beneficiaries, and they have to draw up integrated action plans. These are the plans that will be tabled for approval and will receive financing, and they may include a big spectrum of activities, preschooling, vulnerable children, consultation for families, and many other actions as arising from diagnostics. Also, interventions and support to infants, children, and parents Roma in experiential workshops and children's camps. To make an application, the municipality must have tabled a local action plan. A letter has been sent to municipalities to table local action plans or update their existing action plans. There are two sub-actions: preparation of children 4 to 10 living in Roma areas to go to camps. This program offers payment of fees and offering of a suitcase with all necessary items. And the second is a program for emphasizing young mothers, young Roma mothers. Another action is Tommy. A proposal was submitted by the managing authority. The allocation is being prepared. And then intercultural health mediators. This is an action designed in cooperation with the Ministry for Asylum and Immigration. This makes contacts with public hospitals to identify mediation languages, and then the allocation is sent to each region. Your region is eligible for this action, and you will be able to carry it out. Next slide. I will not read through that. These are actions included in the sectoral program of manpower and social cohesion, which touch upon regional programs. They form the context or are complementary. Example, feasibility studies for day centers, for women's centers. Long-term care, mid-term review for the National Strategy for Social Inclusion of Roma, and active aging. For active aging, active aging is in the phase of preparation. There is also the matter of simplification methods, simplified cost, and non-expenditure support. The European Commission urges member states to use simplified procedures. SCOs are utilized in the ESF. We consider expanding this to the ERDF. The Commission wants the disbursement not to rely on receipts, paper, red tape, but to base disbursement to the meeting of indexes and indicators and to samples. This simplification, which is not associated with expenses, may regard two levels. One, for the financing from the Commission to Member States, and the second level from the program to the beneficiaries. And the third part, both levels, from the Commission to the Member State and from the program to the beneficiaries. Up to now, we have not used the disbursement method, which is not associated with expenses. We have a very long way to go to prepare ourselves to use this method in the next programming period when it will become more obligatory. The Commission has made publications to help Member States to make this transition. These publications include methods that were used in other Member States, guidelines, instructions, recommendations, a roadmap for going to a paperless implementation, and also principles. These publications are sent to the managing authorities by way of information, but we have them and we can send them to you if you like. The European Commission also builds financing models for a number of actions, inclusion, social structures, preschooling, third countries, actions that can be adapted to special cases. A clarification. SCOs can be used only from the program to the beneficiaries. The new disbursement model, not based on expenses, needs to be applied first on the financing from the Commission to the Member State. And then Member States have the option to use this, prolong this to beneficiaries. I think that it would be good if we prepared for this. Everybody needs to contribute. That was all from my part. Thank you, Mrs. Kourousi, for the very useful information that you provided that will help us to design the review and also on how to plan and on how to perceive the strategy of the ESF. If we believe that the ERDF is a successful example, we can perhaps expand its implementation to the ESF. Petros Stavru, many happy returns for your birthday once again. Please talk about enabling conditions, indicators, and the new platform. Thank you very much for your surprise last night, especially from the managing authority, the Commission members, and the President. Thank you for the opportunity you give us to present the new single system of indicators for 2021-27. Before that, however, let me say a few words before starting to show the slides. A few words on developments in monitoring enabling conditions, since Article 40 of the Common Provisions Regulation makes it obligatory, and rightly so, because enabling conditions are the foundation stone of the programming period. We have 20 enabling conditions to meet. Greece has met 19 of the 20. 4 of these are horizontal, all programs or special objectives, and 16 are thematic. C unit of ISAE has developed a monitoring system of enabling conditions, an online system. You might say that it is an integrated management information system. We monitor developments in close cooperation with policy operators who need to follow the strategies for the implementation of enabling conditions. Twice per year, through our IT system, we send applications of information about the condition, the state of enabling conditions, those that have been fulfilled, and also twice per year, there are overall reports on the initial conditions of implementation of the enabling conditions. Let me clarify here that enabling conditions are not fulfilled once and for all, but they are constantly fulfilled during the programming period. In early June, we sent the application of information about developments in enabling conditions. We have sent this application to the competent authorities. We will be waiting for their replies by the end of June, and then we will compile the overall report. By way of indication, based on our previous application, which reflects enabling conditions for the second semester of 2024, there were developments, important developments, that reinforced the initial conditions for the fulfillment of the enabling conditions. The new National Plan for Energy and Climate, 3 enabling conditions, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, SunTep and Energy,
το Εθνικό Στρατηγικό Σχέδιο Εξωστρέφειας
National Plan of Extravergence, 1.1, RIS, New National Strategy about the Rights of the Disabled, 2430, Horizontal Condition 4 on implementation of the UN Convention on Human Rights for the Disabled, incorporation of relevant conditions into the system of management and monitoring of SUTUDE, which has incorporated regulations. We have begun with training the people in managing authorities about the application of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, two updatings about 2.4 for the risk of disasters. The new national framework for the equality of gender, updating of education and vocational training. This has been completed. We're going to place the new strategy in consultation, and in concluding this indicative mentioning of developments in the monitoring of enabling conditions, we have a new strategy document issued by the Ministry for Family and Social Policy about long-term care. Okay, that was all about developments in enabling conditions. And now I will present to you the integrated system for monitoring indicators 2021-2027. This system is a regulatory requirement. It was there during the previous period, 2014-2020. This new system for monitoring indicators is the result of cooperation between ASAE and ASECT. The aim of this system is responding to requirements of the programming period 21-27, ERDF, ESF Plus, Just Transition Fund, the 5 projects of Interreg and the Cohesion Fund, and the 3 funds concerning immigration and asylum. The users of this system are the National Coordination Authority, the Special Management Authority, the intermediate bodies, the beneficiaries, the final beneficiaries. This system is dynamic. It evolves, it becomes updated regularly. It supports the completion and monitoring of indicators for programs and actions. It is a modern tool of collection, storage, and analysis of data. It reinforces transparency and facilitates evidence-based decision-making and offers access to indicators and underlying material. One can consult various documents. This is the first page of the integrated system for monitoring indicators. Little by little, I will show the menu. Here one can see all common indicators for the new programming period and all the streamlined indicators as used in the 21-27 projects and all the useful documents that are associated with these indicators. So, this page, web page, is a useful tool for planning actions, for providing a quantification of outcomes and interventions. A very useful part of this system is the part where one can see what types of problems there are with using the indicators, what types of questions were asked by the managing authorities, and the respective replies that concern the indicators and their interpretation. Depending on the origin of the questions, there is a help desk, as you know. Managing authorities may make inquiries, request permission to use indicators. There is communication with the staff of managing authorities by way of email, and there is the Q&A section. Which is a copy or a link to the Regio relevant web page. Finally,
το τμήμα του ενιαίου συστήματος δικτών, όπου είναι κατατεθειμένα
There is this section with all useful documents, relevant documents about the indicators and the monitoring system. Here, one can also identify the documentation not only for common and streamlined indicators, but also for specialized indicators as used in projects to measure and quantify the outcomes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stavro, for this wonderful presentation, as usual. I forgot to mention that you can access the single indicator system. Access is open via the ESPA 2021-2027 site, and you can use that to navigate the various pages so that you get a first understanding of how it functions. Thank you. We will now move on with Ms. Ekaterine Bispikou, also from ASAE, the Special Service for the Coordination of Planning, Assessment and Implementation. So thank you for joining us, Katerina. I know you have to you have a presentation to make regarding activation of the 2021-2027 projects and the link to the RRF, and I believe this is going to be a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemas. I hope that you can all hear me. Yes, we can. Thank you. Great. I will be presenting some financial data regarding the total of the ESPA activation in my next slide. So I will be showing you charts regarding regional programs, sectoral programs, and the total. So as you can see, with regional programs, we've got calls going up to 84%, approvals 59.2%, contracts 39.3%, and payments, disbursements 38.4%. Out of the total of the NSRF, the corresponding amounts are 45% for the calls, 62.7% approvals, 41.2% contracts, and 38.3% for disbursements payments. This is the activation as per fund with a primary focus on the ERDF, where we have a total call of 99.6%, approvals 66.78%, contracts 39.76%, payments 13.4%. ERDF calls, ESF calls 96%, approvals 80%, 32% contracts, 13% payments. This chart shows activation per policy objective. We see that we have the percentages distributed, allocated as per access, as per policy objectives. You can see clearly on your screen the blue bar is calls, light yellow is contracts, orange is, light yellow is approvals, orange is contracts, and red is payments. So we have here the breakdown regarding each and every policy objective. Moving on to program review, something that is of a great concern to all of us. We've been discussing it for a while now, especially given the reorientation and the new planning of the cohesion policy 2021-2027, which is currently in the stage of consultation. As you well know, the European Commission has suggested modifying regulations regarding the cohesion policy. According to Regulation 1056 for the RDF and 1052 for the Cohesion Fund. These modifications aim at facing directly challenges at multiple levels: geopolitical instability, increase of energy cost, the need to support industrial competitiveness, and so on and so forth. With the addition of these new thematic priorities, which are competitiveness, decarbonization, defense and safety, affordable housing and social housing, access to water, sustainable management and resilience of water resources, and energy transition. The programs are now achieving new flexibility and agility, provided that we have a reallocation of a minimum of 10% of the resources in these new priorities towards these new priorities, in a way as to achieve pre-financing by 20% as estimated on the basis of the resources reallocated towards the new priorities. Apologies, says the speaker. An additional advance that has dropped below 4.5% could even go down to 1.5% for 2026 of the overall eligible public expenditure for the program. An expansion of the time frame for expenditure eligibility up to 31st of December 2030, and we also have an increased co-financing percentage by an addition of 10 quotas. Let's have a look at what happens with major corporations, large enterprises. They can be financed under specific conditions if they fall under one of the following axes: STEP, special objectives 116 and 229, defense and dual-use technologies under special objective 1.17. Apologies, I would need to have a sip of water, says the speaker. It can also be important projects of common European interest approved by the European Commission, or if they fall under the axis of the carbonization of manufacturing processes. For such new investments, the conditions include an indicative list of companies and actions, the range of analysis, and the midterm review and new special objectives are as follows regarding the RDF and the Cohesion Fund. Special objective 1.7 when it comes to smart hero and reinforcing industrial capacity for dual use and defense. And then we have the addition or the complementary additions of special objective 2.55 that speaks of safe access to water and sustainable management of water. And then we have special objective 211 and 212. So advocating access to affordable housing and energy connections and the pertinent infrastructure for transport or transit. And then when it comes to special objective 3, we've got 3.3.3, developing resilient defense or dual-use infrastructure. We've got policy objective 4, social Europe, special objective 477, promoting access to affordable housing, and then allowing for access to sustainable housing. The new priorities include both defense, as mentioned, and decarbonization in compliance with Articles 12C, 12D. And with STEP, we have a prolongation of the deadline to integrate the initiative. Now moving on to the last part of my presentation that has to do with mapping, especially as regards projects falling under the RRF. Here we have all thematic units, and we should point out that the overall budget for projects in Στερεά Ελλάδα under the RRF is 519 million. RRF in Στερεά Ελλάδα has to do with major projects, restoration post-natural disasters. You can see the road network, road access restoration projects, and 158 million for reforestation and wildfire prevention in northern Evia. As we can see in this chart, at a very high percentage, we see the policy objective 3, in the color gray, that has to do with restoring accessibility following the disastrous impact of Daniel. And then we have policy target 2 that has to do with the environment, very high percentages once again in all regional units. And finally, we see the policy objective 4 under ERDF that has to do with tourism. And for example, here we have the restoration of the Thermopylae archaeological site. This slide identifies 4 key areas where we have synergy and complementarity in between ROP and the RRF. Special objective 2.4. By the end of 2024, the ROP had not activated financing. RRF, moving beyond wildfire protection, also covers a project to tackle precipitation in Delphi. With respect to special objective 2.5, we don't have projects in common areas. In Kyriaki, Karestos, and Delphi, we've got 19 different projects under the RRF pertaining to sewage and water treatment in Mornos, and integrated infrastructure in Stylida, 2.6 million, modernization of energy, the river basin of Sperchios, lots of different projects. With special objective 4.5, we only had one equipment action for ECAV, the first responders, and under the RRF we have financing for 16 projects regarding renovations, modernizations. Ms. Pispeko, apologies for intervening, but there's also the energy upgrade of the Karpenisi Hospital that has been completed. That is amazing. The data I am presenting is dated all the way up to the end of 2024. Well, actually, this happened a lot earlier. It is a project that is concluded. We also have a restoration in Stylida, Skiro, Krikeli, and so on and so forth. With a special objective 4.6, tourism culture, the ROP during 2024 financed projects exclusively falling under the Ministry of Culture that had to do with restoration of monuments, and the RRF took on interventions of primarily archaeological nature. By means of the RRF, we have had local urban plans created, overall budget 19.6 million. We also have restoration and refurbishment interventions in sustainable urban development zones and ITI zones that have to do with advocating for the Pan-Hellenic exhibition of Lamia, the restoration of green spaces such as central squares, and we've got other interventions that also pertain to restoration. We have upgraded the lift, Hercules lift, for the ski resort of Parnasos and hiking trails. And this is all I would like to underline, all that I had to present based on the data I had, dating all the way up to the 31st of December 2024. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this highly detailed and comprehensive presentation. We are well aware of the things that you mentioned, but I'm glad that the Monitoring Committee, thanks to your presentation, has now a better understanding of the importance of the contribution of EU funds. I was now expecting Ms. Gizi to intervene, but apparently she is not with us, so I would like to ask Mr. Gravias to make the intervention. Oh, Ms. Gizi is here. Great. Hello, Ms. Gizi. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Certification Authority, I'm sitting here with Mr. Gravias, and we'll be making a brief presentation regarding the absorption rates. Will you be the ones sharing the slides?
Να ξεκινήσω.
Should I begin?
Ωραία. Πάμε στην επόμενη.
Let's move on to the next one, and thank you. As you well know, as per Regulation 1060, in the programming period 2021-2027, we have the financial statement that needs to be submitted, and unfortunately, there is a problem with the sound. Request for payment. We are the interpreters. Oh, Mr. Apparently, the problem with sound, is has affected everybody listening in. According to Mr. Lemas, I was saying that the payment petition by July 31st is mandatory. It is important, however, to have a petition submitted for all these dates. I will be focusing on data based on the community, on the union contribution. So far for the program, we've had 15 million for the RDF and 21 million for ESF+. For 2025, petitions have been submitted, 2.4 million for ERDF and 6.5 for ESF+. According to 2025 forecasts, for the time being, we are anticipating petitions 26.5 for ERDF and 14.5 for ESF+. This will lead us to 19% absorption rate inflow. The European Commission has paid in advance 5.4 for ERDF projects, 1.8 million for ESF+, also take into consideration petitions dating for further financing, and the inflow from payment petitions. We've got 12.4 million for ERDF, 16.2 for the ESF+, and we are anticipating further advance payments within the framework of the STEP and the new strategies. Contributions from the European Commission are directly channeled to the key account N+3, the target for N+3 for 2025 and 2026 based on expenditure forecast is we are expecting to meet those targets. Let me remind you that the budget for decommissioning N+3 is on the totality of the program. We also have eligible expenditure taken into consideration wherever the enabling conditions are not met as per Annex 2, and this is why it is important to enter such data in the IMS, especially pertaining to the expenditure, so that we have a better understanding of what can be done in the framework of N+3. Some general information when it comes to the fact that for the programming period 2021-2027, the eligibility initiation date is the 1st of January 2021, regardless of when the petition is submitted. We need to maintain this date. Also, there needs to be a distinct separation between accounts regarding the previous programming period and this programming period. If the EU identifies that expenditure which is in closed accounts is illegal or invalid, then the Commission, even if this has not been identified or reported by the member state, the Commission will have a budgetary correction by reducing the union support to the program, and this is something that has an effect also on non-eligible expenditure. Now, when it comes to validation, on site validation, this is very important. We also have an administrative validation at 100%, and the on-site validations will take place on a biannual basis. It is important to conclude implementation of on-site validations and investigations. We need to conclude entering pertinent data to the IMS. If the programming is not implemented, there needs to be an exception entered into the IMS regarding a special expenditure that has gone unaudited. Prolongation and expansion can only take place under specific conditions and terms. And when it comes to transferred projects from the previous programming period, in the annex of the last circular letter of our service, you can find detailed instruction for the closure of the 2014-2020 programming period. Most deadlines for most projects and programs have been submitted. The final application for the Στερεά Ελλάδα ROP has been submitted with the expenditure declared and the 15% flexibility margin. We have a total of the union contribution, and 112% is the rate that is allowed under the IDF when it comes to the absorption. Now, as regards the time frame, to submit closure documents is to be concluded by the end of December 2025, so that these accounts do not coincide with accounts for the 2021-2027 programming period. The first plan of final accounts should be submitted by December 15th, 2025, and for the second plan by the end of December 2025. And when submitting the plan, we need to have an overview of all projects and actions. We also, when it comes to the deadlines and instructions, we will be sending out an email, a very detailed email to all services. Thank you for your attention. Thank you
Thank you. I'm very happy that the previous program closed successfully.
Πριν κλείσουμε με τον
Before
πρόεδρο της Επιτροπής, τον Περιφερειάρχη κύριο Σπανό,
ending,
τον κύριο Ντουιέλα για ένα τελικό σχόλιο.
Mr. Duella, would you like to make a final comment?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly. I want to come back on this issue of the sustainability of ESF actions, which was also raised by Secretary General Pazzoiani. And to explain, really, it's important to understand what the issue is and what is the role of the ESF, having in mind the challenges that I mentioned in my first intervention. So the ESF is not supposed to finance forever certain structures that are put in place. The role of the ESF is to expand and to build and improve and enhance the quality and the availability of the services. And so there's a clear understanding that the financing of the existing structures, some of which have been put in place already 10 years ago, should now be taken over by the national budget. And everyone agrees with this logic. However, there are some technical obstacles. The main one being the hiring of staff. For social structures, a lot of the expenditure concerns the payment of the salaries of the people that delivered these social services. And because of legal constraints, there is this freeze on the number of hirings that in the public sector. So one person can be hired for every person that retires. And of course, this makes the transition very difficult. This simple rule dates back, is a legacy from the financial crisis, the economic adjustment programs. But if you ask my opinion, Greece is no longer under such difficult circumstances that back then required very draconian actions. Of course, it's crucial to keep public finances in check, to make sure that the public sector wage bill is under control. But maybe it's time to evolve and adjust and move away from this very simple rule that may not be the most flexible and can create problems, actually, in the long term, in terms of administrative capacity. But this is not something imposed by the EU. It's not something coming from the European Commission. So this is something that in which the Greek government should reflect. And from our side, we're committed to ensure that the existing social structures continue to provide their services. And our objective remains to keep building and improving the social protection system of Greece, because this is what Greece needs. And so I'm, as I said already, I'm optimistic that we will find quickly an agreement on the way forward in the next for the years that remain under this programming period, bearing in mind that the original agreement was that ESF funding would stop at the end of this year. That's it from my side. Thanks a lot.
Ευχαριστούμε για άλλη μια φορά τον κύριο Ντουιέλα. Μία τελευταία παρέμβαση.
Thank you, Mr. Giella. A last intervention and then we will stop. Hello, let me greet the fourth meeting. I am Paris Fountas, member of an environmental organization, president of the association Friends of the Forest, headquartered in Lamia. Project Dinero, I believe you all know it. For us, this is an economic scandal. A few points we have tabled with the Court of Auditors and the Parliament, the European Parliament, a letter for serious violations of EU law in respect of this project. This is a project for the protection of forests, Dinero 123. Well, in fact, it destroys Greek forests and the damage is worse than the benefit. Dinero has been implemented since 2022 as a basic project of protection from wildfires. It is financed from the Resilience and Recovery Fund. However, this project relies mainly on forest clearance. It's an environmental destruction project. It is illegal and violates EU directives about habitats, birds, and financing programs. Finally, let me say that fundamental rights are encroached upon because of environmental degradation. We have a direct violation of the citizens' right to the environment as enshrined in the Constitution and the Civil Code. This damage also violates the right to personality. This is a counterexample of environmental policy. It is an example of institutional distortion because the actual risk of wildfires is instrumentalized in order to obtain European funds. Transparency, sustainability, and public interest are not protected. We understand your intervention. This is not relevant to the ROP or the monitoring committee. You have voiced your view twice already. Please stop. The governor has the floor. Thank you. I will agree that Dimero is not about the ROP. I think I speak for local government when I say that this project is a blessing for our forests. Although it is not free of problems, it has offered a great deal of protection. Anyway, with this fourth monitoring committee, I'd like to thank the participants, and I would like to read the conclusions as prepared by our service after all the presentations. The monitoring committee 21-27. I will read fast now that I have to read verbatim. The interpreters apologize in advance because for sure they will not be able to translate. The committee was convened according to decision of the governor, just completed the fourth meeting in Eritrea following the invitation by the President Spanos, regional governor of Greece, of Sτερεά Ελλάδα. 39 members with voting rights, overall number of members 47. There are 3 members without voting rights. After the quorum was ascertained and following the suggestion of the chair, the following agenda was approved by the members, as recorded. Approval of agenda, approval of minutes of the third meeting of the monitoring committee, proposals by the president, proposals by representatives of the European Commission and the National Coordination Authority. Second part, implementation progress, Στερεά Ελλάδα 2021-2027. Implementation, information about the planning of calls, ITIs, strategic importance projects, information on evaluation issues, midterm review, information about the progress of implementation of strategy, discussion. Third part, special subjects and discussion, interventions of the National Coordination Authority and the Special Service of Certification on Horizontal Issues, information about amendments, activation of programs, synergies, complementarities with Recovery and Resilience Fund, information on enabling conditions, integrating indicator system, new platform for indicators, payment applications, absorption rates, interventions by ministries, executive structures, national authorities, ASECT, on policy issues and other special issues, miscellaneous. The monitoring committee, following the presentation of the agenda topics and following the discussion on these presentations, concludes: 1. Approves the agenda 2 approves the minutes of the third meeting, approves the proposal of the President of the Monitoring Committee, myself. We described the implementation of the program, focusing on projects like the natural gas grid, the upgrading of road access and social structures. We presented the perspectives for the next year. We presented the planning for the next year, calls, proposals for financing, actions. We informed the Commission about ITIs and sustainable urban development projects. We talked about the expansion into 2 new policy areas. I'm sorry, but we are listening to 2 channels at the same time. We presented the qualitative and quantitative presentation of the project. We talked about the need to be more efficient. For Northern Evia, we clarified that there are additional actions financed from elsewhere. We shared our concerns about delays that have to be done away with. We had a greeting from the mayor of Eretria, who mentioned the project of the municipality financed from the 21-29 Στερεά Ελλάδα program. He thanked everyone. We heard the presentation of the European Commission. Then we had the position of the General Secretariat of the NSRF, Mrs. Zerva from the Ministry for Finance, who asked for the continuation of efforts. She talked also about the revision and the review of the programs and the projects and the amendment of the regulation, the EU regulation. Then we heard opinions from the European Commission, the representative of regional development responsible for Greece and Cyprus, Mr. Solomonidis, the representatives of the DG Regio for Greece and Cyprus, Mr. Tuela, Mrs. Raleu. In his stance, Mr. Duella talked about the challenges faced by Greece and Στερεά Ελλάδα in terms of the ESF sectors. We need to adjust the targets of the projects and need to incorporate new actions in these projects. He said that the EC prepares new projects and strategies. On the course of implementation, he expressed his satisfaction. On sustainability of financed structures, he said that we need to ensure their operation even after the expiry of financing, and discussions are held with Greek authorities on that. He pointed out that agreement was achieved in continuing to finance nurseries and centers for the creative activities for children. Mr. Solomonidis pointed out that due to the low implementation rates, there is a visible risk of losing funds unless we speed up implementation. Therefore, he urged everybody involved to intensify efforts. Mr. Solomonidis urged the managing authority in mid-term review to send as soon as possible a new proposal to modify the program, taking into account the comments made by the European Commission before the new regulation is adopted. The head of the managing authority, Mr. Lemas, acknowledged the delays in the implementation of the program, partly due to problems with the previous program. There will be no new prolongations. He asked from everybody to assume responsibility, speed up the tendering procedure and the implementation of the projects. The managing authority is thinking to institute a new priority for STEP projects because the actions of this program are beneficial for the region. And the implementation is prolonged by 1 year. 5. We had a presentation for the course of implementation. Members were informed about calls, about the ITIs, about the development of strategic projects. 6, we were informed about evaluation. We were informed about the evaluation and the assessment concerning the project. We talked about the midterm review and the revision of the program. We were informed about these matters. 8, we were informed about the course of implementation of the strategy on information and communication. We were informed about this strategy and its implementation. In the discussion, during the discussion, there were interventions from various bodies and agencies. The General Secretariat of Equality of Gender talked about support to women who were victims of violence. Mrs. Patsogianni insisted on the inadequate staff of structures. Mrs. Arvaniti talked about RIS. She pointed out a lagging behind in implementing RIS. The representative of ESAMEA, Mr. Michos, mentioned about steps in accessibility for the disabled. He asked assistance for the homes and for deinstitutionalization. Mr. Kalamaras declared that they are at the disposal of the service to support beneficiaries. The ITC representative, Mr. Christidis, mentioned a lagging behind with digitalization, especially for small businesses. He asked for know-how transfer actions to be implemented, for special provisions to be included in calls. Mr. Rizos, representative of YETE, proposed for a bank of seeds of forestry species to be created. Mr. Staikos asked projects for chambers, an information platform to inform members about how they can participate in financed projects. Mr. Lemas responded to all these positions and questions and committed for further cooperation. The Coordination Committee for Horizontal Issues made presentations on information about the proposal to amend the regulation, Project 27, synergies and complementarity with TAA, enabling conditions, the integrated system of indicators, the new platform. Interventions by ministries, executive structures, national authorities and ASECT. Mrs. Kourousi described the horizontal actions. She talked about sectoral actions and their complementarity. She presented the request for simplification of procedures. Miscellaneous, there was some discussion and interventions by everybody. Mr. Kalogeropoulos presented the current issues of the association and asked for wide consultation. We sign signatures, etc.
Although this is a tiring part, it is completely necessary. We would like to thank the regional governor for reading out the minutes, and maybe next time we will find another victim. And I believe that when it comes to the NSRF, we need to kind of restrict the use of acronyms. Thank you all very, very much for your presence here today. It's been a fruitful discussion and constructive meeting. Before we leave, there is lunch served at the restaurant on the top floor with tables reserved for the region. So at any time, once the meeting is concluded, feel free to join us for lunch. And hopefully we will see each and every one of you again at the next meeting. Thank you very much, all of you, for this wonderfully productive meeting.